Okay, folks, good morning. We we got a lot of stuff done yesterday, and unfortunately, we're not able to finish it, mainly due because of the lighting situation. The sun's still not up, but we primed a crap ton of vehicles, um, and got a little better at using the primer. It's still kind of jammy. That's the Vallejo primer that's kind of elastic, and that's kind of an issue through the airbrush. You can hand paint it, but you end up having to go over it a lot on these surfaces. Hand painting is fine for like the figures, but when you go to like the vehicles and stuff, it just takes, you have to just go over it a lot of times. So there's probably going to be some touch up on it or whatever, but we did, I don't know, 18 or so vehicles, probably. It just takes a little while, a little bit longer than I would have liked. But we can't, we want to do the base color on several of those vehicles this morning, in particular the German half tracks, so that we can try using this today. I want to experiment with using this particular item that I got in yesterday. Oh, that's interesting. It's stuck to it. This is some weird stuff, so I'm sure I will be getting involved in this. So supposedly it's really good things, So I do not want to install the latest Windows update. Why are you asking me now while I'm in the middle of my show? Go away, Big Brother computer. So we're not able to do that because that involves airbrushing the main color and then Agrax Earthshade wash, and I can't do the main color because it's not light out. So we're going to do a build, something that I've got to do anyways. This is the last Panzer III that I have. This is one that was actually gifted to me by Les Parsons, and I have 5 of these already, and they're all die-cast models. So this one's actually a model, and yeah, let's see what we got in here. This is supposedly a very good kit. Separate link track for those of you that are scared of it. Oh, it looks like I already took it out of its baggie and put it in a real container. Huh. Look at this. It's got 2 Balkenkreuzes on there, and they're both the kind that I don't like. Well, it's not that I don't like them. I just don't see any much photographic evidence of them. And it's the ones that have the black around the edge of the white. So you've got black in the center, white around that, and then black around that. And I don't dislike how they look at all. Actually, I think they look pretty good. There's just no photographic evidence of them using those. So, okay, so let's pull this guy out. And we'll put the decals where the decals go. Yeah, there they are. Those stupid freaking Balkenkreuzes with the black all the way around the edges of them. Now, that would assume that both of these would have snow pattern, right? Snow camouflage. The only thing that stinks about these Revell kits is the instructions are like on this paper. It's almost like a old newspaper or something like that. Ostfront 43. And my intention is to actually make this one different because, like I said, I have 5 of these, all the same. Here's a winter one. 3rd Panzer Grenadier Division. I'm certainly not doing any divisions that were stuck in Stalingrad and were crushed. Just very limited use of that. I'm not a fan of city fights to begin with armored vehicles. They shouldn't be there. Okay. So let's see what we got here. I believe this is the first one. Probably going to do road wheel hell. That's 1 through 6. And then 7 through, man, this is a weird layout. You know, you've got 26 up here, step 26, and then it goes to 7. Again, some of these things aren't the most user-friendly. Not saying I can't handle it. I'm just saying that some of these kids, some of these things 30 years ago would have quit. I remember there was a model a long time ago, and it was probably in the mid-80s, maybe 85 or something like that. I don't know who made it. It was a Panther. It was a Panther I got in 1/72nd scale, and the hull was this style, like this. And this style, I mean, you've got this, and there's really no reason to do things this way, but you've got this center portion like this, and you've got these two sides that attach to it. These look to be pretty straight, but these two pieces were bowed. So of course it means it won't be able to attach here properly. And you know, I'm 14 years old, I can't deal with that. You know, now I've got all kinds of things that I could deal with it. It still is no reason why anyone should be dealing with it, but just one of those things. So we're going to start off with, it wants us to do the suspension first. No, it actually wants us to attach these two pieces to this. So the pain in the ass that we were talking about as a child, I have to revisit it now. I got epoxy. I got rubber bands. You know, actually one thing that I don't have that actually would be really handy, if you get pipe cleaners, okay, they come in like length like this. You can like wrap a pipe cleaner around something and then you can twist it and you can add pressure to it to a point. So it's almost kind of like a flexible rubber band to some respect. I don't think I'll need that, but that's just something that's actually a pretty handy thing to have. All right, like I said, we're not painting this morning because we don't have any daylight yet, so do not be surprised if we do not finish this project before we go back to painting. All right, let's get because we have a million of these, and I'm not throwing any of them away. We can always use them for, you know, white metal work where they're going to get destroyed. Let's grab another X-Acto knife imitation blade. So the funny thing about these imitation blades is, I was afraid of buying the actual X-Acto knife on Amazon and not getting one and getting some Chinese copy. So I just went ahead and just bought a Chinese copy to begin with because at least they're not overpriced. And I'll tell you what, they don't cut as well as an X-Acto knife, but they're more durable. The tips don't break off. So I'd say I'm going to buy them again, but I want a 120 pack. So I don't know if I'm going to live long enough to use 120 of these things, but all right, let's get the nippers out since we have them. And we're going to take this piece off and these two pieces off as well. Don't want to cut all the way next to it. That's one of the things that you do as a kid. You're like, oh, I don't want to make any extra cuts. So you try cutting this thing off the sprue as close as you can to the sprue. And that's not always the best way to do it. All right, and yeah, like there's some directions on here. I have to drill 3 holes, a couple holes, and I'm sure that's to put the side escape hatches on the L. And I didn't have drills at the time. If I would have done this, a long time ago. No, you're a kid. You don't have money to buy stuff that you don't need. Okay. We'll get that close. And then we will use wow, I don't know my vocabulary this morning. We will use sandpaper for the rest. Drink! Caffeine, that is. Well, I talked about possibly having scotch last night, and I didn't. I always like to talk about it more than actually doing it. The girls come back today, so the honeymoon is over. But I get to do as much stuff as I want when they're here anyway, so it's really not much of a difference. I'd rather them be here, to be honest with you. And this is the last couple of months before my daughter goes off to college. So she'll be gone in about 4 months. She's not going super far away, but she won't be here Monday through Friday. About 2 hours away. So we got about 18 vehicles primed. And I learned a little bit more about the Vallejo surface primer with the airbrush. I feel like every time I fire up the airbrush, I learn something new, which is actually one of the things I like about it. I feel like I'm improving my overall abilities in doing hobbying stuff using an airbrush. And it's a challenge, definitely, but people that are a lot worse at this can somehow manage to deal with airbrush, so there's no reason why I can't. But one of the things I found out about the Vallejo primer is it does gum things up, as I'm aware of it. I never was able to find like a sweet spot on the PSI. And of course, every airbrush is different. It seemed about 40 PSI worked pretty well with it. And what was happening is I've got the cup. I filled it about half the way until I ran out. Okay, and the thing is that it's got some polyurethane stuff to it, so it leaves like a scum coating or a film coating of the paint in the cup. So I'd run about half a cup at it, 2/3 of a cup, half of a cup, and it ran pretty well. And then when I was done with that, instead of adding more, I would just rinse the whole thing with water. And I was able to do that successfully probably maybe 4 times before I had to stop and do a deeper clean. Nothing major, but, so it's not like you're going to do it and be really quick about it. And that pressure seemed to be about right. The problem with it is that the biggest problem with the airbrush, actually really the only problem with the airbrush, and that I don't know if it's a problem, it's just the way it's designed, is that you have inside the nozzle, you've got this part that's like this tip. Well, it is a nozzle, okay, and it's not really small. Like the piece isn't very, very small. It's it's about the length of the bristles here, but it's thicker at the bottom. The problem is it tapers to the tiniest little hole. And actually, now that I think about it, I should probably take this thing out there with me when I go airbrush today. Because the problem is that you can flush it out, but there's no way to get from that tip. You have to take that piece out when you do a deep clean, and all you can do is turn it around and pour airbrush thinner in it and let it sit. Because there's no way to put anything in from the tip to push it out this way. And if it's bigger than the little hole, which is tiny, I mean it's probably this size. Obviously, I'll have to check to make sure it's not smaller, in which case this won't work. But it'd be nice to have something that I can push in from the other end on that nozzle to dislodge any, because even the smallest minuscule thing will clog the whole thing up. And that's really only the only problem with it. So that's why you need to thin paints down, because if that jams up, then you got to stop what you're doing. And it's not so much stop what you're doing, it's that you better not have a bunch of extra paint in the cup, because it's going to go wasted. You're going to have to pour that out, clean all that out, and so forth. But I got a pretty good rhythm going yesterday. I was really comfortable. I probably airbrushed for about maybe 3 hours. I want to say 4 hours maybe, but I don't know. I didn't have any music, wasn't listening to anything, and I was pretty entertained, just kind of learning. But I did find that sweet spot about 40 psi. And don't thin the primer at all. I've read several things that said, no, the primer's not designed to be thinned. So that was my learning experience yesterday, but I'm kind of enjoying the whole, learning new shit. It's kind of nice. Now, the one thing is being an experienced person at this for a while, sometimes, like on these instructions, I won't necessarily follow them in the order, because I know what's coming. Like, sometimes they tell you to put all the running gear on and then attach these pieces. Here, they want you to attach them first. 6 of one, half dozen the other. I'm going to do it this way because if I have to put any pressure on it, I'm not putting pressure on the wheels. Just want to make sure this is fairly straight on here. But I wish I was around to give my own self advice on an airbrush 10 years ago. Because I would have said, the best advice I can give you is just go buy an Iwata airbrush. Just go buy one. There may be other brands that are worth a damn. Don't buy a cheap airbrush. Yes, you save money. You're giving yourself headaches. You're saving money to make you hate the hobby. And, if you don't want to spend the money on it, I agree. I'm not made of money either. Then don't buy one. Do not go and buy a cheap airbrush. And it's just not worth it. It's absolutely not worth it. You've got to get something that you don't hate life when it's time to clean it. If you hate life when it's time to clean it, then you're not going to clean it. And then you're going to have problems because you don't clean your airbrush. You got to have something that's easy to clean, that doesn't punish you for it. And this airbrush actually is very good, except for that little nozzle portion. So I'm going to take this little thing out there. I tend to airbrush not in 20/20 vision, so something that's enhanced a little bit more, either with readers, which is what I did yesterday, and I spent all day without contacts in, and then I went and airbrushed and put them on. Just because there's a lot of small parts and things like that, but it went about as well as I could have expected it to go. Sometimes these plastics don't react really well with this weld cement. For some reason, this one is reacting very well. I tried to like take it apart a little bit to see if I couldn't remember if I had painted the inside of it or not, and it didn't matter. This thing is like rock solid. But yeah, that model kit, I don't remember who made it. I think it came in a plastic bag, so it was probably pretty cheap. I doubt they're in business anymore, whoever the hell it was. Anyhow, happy Sunday. Hopefully you guys don't have to work today. I have to work tomorrow, but I'll have had 2 days off by the time I do that. It's amazing how fast your day goes by if you just sit. I think I had a long session yesterday, about a 4-hour session in front of the computer. It was about 4 hours, putting all those vehicles together. You know, and I'd like to work on just one vehicle at a time, but firing up the airbrush just to do one, I learned a lot by doing a lot of vehicles in a row. So, it's cool. It's a cool little challenge. I'm not going to have airbrushing taking over my painting. I am still mainly a paintbrush person, but I'm going to allow it to do things that actually saves me a lot of time. So, or maybe do some things that I'm not able to do with the hand painting as well. It's not going to be like, oh, I'm just going to airbrush everything. No, I just want a primer with it, and I want to seal with it, and I want to do the main color of the vehicle with it. The rest of it, we're still going to do the same Agrax Earth Shade. We're going to dry brush the colors on. I kind of like that I have my own little method that makes it distinct from what other people are doing. Somebody may also do the same thing I do. I don't know, but I'm enjoying it. Now, we're going to do road wheels for a while, right? Okay, cool. So that means this can stand to have a rubber band on it for a little while. So we're going to put one here. These are hair bands from the daughter. Again, I didn't have this kind of stuff when I was 15 years old. Well, I didn't have a daughter when I was 15. I'm not from Kentucky. Okay, we're going to glue this thing. Is there a Kentucky equivalent in the United Kingdom? Where are you from in the United Kingdom where people make fun of you? I know, I'm going to get a million answers from that. Some people will probably say Wales. I honestly don't know. The old country. Well, it's not my old country because it's not my ancestors, but I think I would have fun in the UK. It comes with some free hair. Okay. Might actually be a little Norfolk. Okay. Yeah, they can't even call it Norfolk. Good morning, Jeffrey. I'm pretty sure that everybody in the UK gets made. You know, that's probably the same case here in the United States. You know? If you live in Florida, you don't want people to think you're from New York or California. It's the same thing. It's that rivalry. It was putting too much pressure and actually bringing the sides in a little bit at the top. So like, okay, I'm a little overzealous about that. And it's not that necessary. This is actually really good fit. I expect this model to be superb on fit. The other Revell model I have, the Panzer IV H, is excellent. Excellent, excellent, excellent. The only gripe I have about it is everything is really in scale, which means some items are very fragile. So you got machine guns that are the right thickness they're supposed to be, so you better be careful with them. Okay, so we've assembled these two pieces. Now we need to do 12 of the road wheels. Well, thank goodness it's not a Panzer IV, because in which case I would have to do 16 of them. Okay, pieces 4 and 5. 4 and 5. Now, there might be some extra ones to go at the top. I suspect they're these up here. Let's make sure that we have 12 of them. 6, 6, 12, 6, and 6, 12. Okay, so we got to cut all these off. Using the nippers for this is, well, you know what? I may try to do that to save the life on the X-Acto knife. The X-Acto knife that's not an X-Acto knife. I'm going to go ahead and be proactive. We're going to use this little tray here to put the road wheels in. Let's just get them out of here. No, that would work, and that would work. I was saving all this sprue. I'm not using sprue for antennas anymore. That stuff that I got, that wire works grandly. Unfortunately, it's $7 for 4 pieces or whatever. If I wanted the thicker piece, that one's only 99 cents. 99 cents shipped, which is too cheap, honestly. That there's something wrong with that. They must steal it or something. Good morning, Skylab. Woo, early for you. Let's get rid of all this extra sprue. Like I said, I'm just making time for the sun to come out. Actually, what we're going to do is we're going to stop when the transom light comes through here and I can't work here. Because not only can I not film, I can't work either. It was extreme. That's one of the reasons I got off to a late start yesterday. The other reason is I overslept. For some reason, I didn't wake up until almost 7 o'clock. Must have turned my alarm off and went back to bed. Luckily, it was not a work day, or that might have been extremely challenging. All right, let's take all these little bastards out. I'm not sure I know where Norfolk is. I don't need to know. I shouldn't know. It just happens to be one of those... I think it's north of the Midlands. On the coast, right? Alright, I can't take it anymore. I'm a map guy. Norfolk. Well, you're up north, so... You're up in Georgie country, I believe. So, let's see. Let's go to the Uck. Zoom out, zoom out, zoom out. Oh, I hate using this mouse. I hate using the mouse pad. Let's use a traditional mouse. I don't like typing in the place. I like to scroll over there. I use Google Earth a ton for work. Oh, we're running slow today. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's north of Manchester. I could be wrong. Newcastle. God, it's big. Why haven't I found it yet? Alright, F it. Norfolk. It should be up north. It's Norfolk, right? Oh, okay. It's the whole county. It's where Norwich is. Okay. Really? There's not a town called Norfolk? Huh. I did not know that. I figured it was a town. People make fun of you there, huh? Yeah. I mean, Britain is the size of, let's see, it's not much bigger than Florida. And I'm, okay, let's just say England. England is not much bigger than Florida, and there is a shit ton of different accents there. Well, we got a bunch of them here, but some parts of Florida aren't really Florida. Miami, different world. Okay, let's clean these guys up. That's interesting. How are these different? Those have holes all the way through. These don't. Perfect. Gonna be really difficult to get that confused then. Yeah, see, like sanding these guys isn't difficult. The problem is what do you hold on to it while you sand it? But I don't need to be that precise because I've put together some models. The models that I have that are already put together, those die-cast ones, they have all kinds of flash on them. And they're already put together and painted. So this right here is already better than any of those. Good afternoon. It's called Norfolk because it's south of Suffolk. Okay. Which is also a county, correct? There's no town of Suffolk. Well, that would make sense that cruisers are county class cruisers, right? There's probably not a town called Berwick either. Or do you guys call that Berwick? Because sometimes you pronounce the letters and sometimes you don't. It's the French influence. What are the people in Norfolk known for? Are they like country bumpkins or? Gotta be. It's not. But we do the same thing here. It's just states. Webbed, webbed feet. Oh man, oh, I love it. I love it. Does that mean that people that are from there make fun of everybody else because they don't have webbed feet? Oh, it's funny. I love all those little altercations that you guys get into among, the little fights that you guys have between the Welsh and the not in the Irish and all that kind of stuff. Well, the Irish are at least on a different island, but. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Just like every rule, there's generalizations, and then there's some people that break the generalization. I only know one person that's Welsh, and they're one hell of a nice guy. Now everybody else might be worthless, but this particular person is very nice, and he's come to Florida. He's a war gamer. He's an extremely nice fellow. Berwick is a town in the country of Northumberland. It can't be. It's a county class cruiser. Maybe there's one of each. Berwick is the county town of Berwickshire. Much fought over by the Scots and the English, would probably be the capital if the Scots had retained it. Oh, so it's way up there. I think it's super cool. None of them were my ancestors, so I don't have a dog in that fight, you know? I don't think any of them are my ancestors. I'm not even going to say any of these down. This is plenty good for these little guys that are going to be hidden. I'll take a look at them after they're glued together and see if anything needs to be hit while it's on it. But these are really, really, really nice. Most English people think people from Yorkshire are mean with money. You mean tight? Most English people think Scots are mean. Most Scots think us Aberdonians are mean. From Aberdeen, Aberdonians. Yeah, we just do it with states. I don't know that any states, speaking of money, I don't think that there is a generalization about people from certain states with money in the US. I don't think there is. There's certainly ones about inbreeding or marrying your sister, you know, or being a filthy Yankee or a masshole. But I don't know about money. Like, you know, the people from Vermont are really cheap. Or I don't think that there's a I'm sure there isn't. I mean, I've lived in this country my whole life. I would know about it. I don't think there's any money generalizations based on where people are from. Berwickshire was a county in Scotland, but the town itself had been in England since 1482. I think I've asked this before, but you guys are all united, but you have kind of your separate little soccer teams, which I think is cool, you know. Where does the England one come from with the blue lines on the white background? I really like it. I think it's really cool, but it's like, why would they do it in those colors when that isn't prevalent in any of the other colors? You don't see blue lines on a white field in anything. Actually, the only one that has that is the arms of the Bruces. The Bruces had, but that's not England. That's Scotland. Had blue lines on a white field. I knew that because I got their flag in one of them. I think it looks really cool. Of course, the lines are laying down. What's that? En passant? Yeah, so that's a little different. Okay, we need to glue these together. Boy, this is something you don't want a child to do. Oh, Oh, that's just mean-spirited putting those two things together. That would make a small child just go crazy. All right, do I have to do that, or can I go ahead and slide them both in and glue them while they're on the peg? Let me read ahead, because I make up my own rules. I'm from America. No, they have them both going on there together. All right. We'll follow the Lord, what the Lord tells us this time. Let's do them in groups of 4. Let's not get too carried away and let this stuff dry out before. And it's really handy to do it on these little cardboard things because it does soak up any extra thing that happens to fall on it. This is what I build the separate link tracks on. It was a breeze. And let's do 4 of these. I bet these wheels are really accurate too. I'm not a wheel Nazi. Although sometimes when you find out that some wheels are wrong, you can't unsee it. Like these road wheels on the Hasegawa Panzer IVs. Like, yeah, they're a pattern that was never used before. And then I looked at them like, I'll be damned, I've never seen those things before either. Damn it, why did somebody ruin that for me? No, I think I waited too long, actually. So speaking of lines, in a couple weeks I'm going to be playing all day of Lion Rampant. I've played it before. I'm playing with somebody who's running scenarios with it, and they're supplying all the troops, and this is a person that happens to have a really good record of putting in really fun scenarios. And maybe I'll feel like experimenting some of it with my 15s, although I'm just not willing to let anything else disrupt what I've got going on here. I've got kind of a loose goal that I'd like to get this stuff done. The World War II stuff. I've neglected World War II stuff way too long. That's all I used to do. And I'm enjoying this immensely. Even without playing it. This is extremely fiddly. Because I've got my contacts out, so we're doing this in 6.5 plus. And it's pretty fiddly. Unnecessarily so. I'm just waiting for something to end up on the floor. Now, I vacuumed yesterday, so it should be the only thing down there. I went to bed at a decent hour last night, and it just so happened I woke up like at 1. And I couldn't go back to bed for like an hour and a half. And I mean, I could have worked on hobby stuff, but that, I mean, I needed to go to sleep. So I ended up watching a video. Some guy did a a review of a painting, air spraying box, airbrushing container, whatever. And I like this video because basically did it live. So if you made mistakes, like I do, he just said, "I'm not editing them." You know, it would just, it wasn't done succinct where it's like crop everything. You know, if you have an extreme attention span where, if there's like not something happening for like every 3 seconds, you're bored, well, then my videos aren't for you. And it was kind of refreshing to see somebody who didn't spend a ton of time editing it. I prefer people to be more real. If you want to see edited stuff, turn on the TV. I like to be real. If I'm going to cut myself, I want you guys to see it. We'll do it live. Fortunately, it doesn't happen very often. I can't remember the last time it happened, honestly. But these knives can be deadly. And I like to say, knives are more dangerous than firearms. Only because I know I'm not going to shoot myself with a firearm, okay? That could accidentally nick myself. And I won't be life-threatening, but I really want to do some British vehicles soon. But I got to get through this pile. I don't have very many. The ones I have are poor. They're cool. They have good markings. There are lots of my viewers' people. So, that's a plus. If that's important to you. I don't know for what reason. This one's giving me a little bit of trouble. Normally these have like a collar that one fits inside the other. This one does not. This almost has like teeth. So you've got males and females on both sides. Okay, I think we got it now. Yeah, that's one of those things people don't understand. What do you mean knives are more dangerous than firearms? I said, well, it's in the same way you're more likely to have a knife accident than a firearm accident, just like you're more likely to fall off your bike than get into a car accident. Well, obviously, assuming you use them for the same amount of time, But bicycles are naturally, unstable. You gotta like be on the ball. How many people are on here? You know, I'm always famous for forgetting actors' names because I don't think about them all day long. Three Lions logo worn on England football shirts is taken from the coat of arms of the Football Association, which is based on the heraldic arms of England, but in different colors. I think it looks grand. I really, really like it. But then I'm a fan of animals as heraldic devices. I am a fan of them. I have them on my coat of arms. I have a black eagle on a yellow background. So I am a fan of that. Some people may not be if their coat of arms is guy bent over playing a horn out of his ass. Yes, it's a Monty Python reference. Let me get, I don't know what condition my hair is in, but I don't have any stuff in it. Let's put a hat on so we don't look like a raging lunatic. Just a lunatic, I don't want to be a raging one. It's really the only reason I wear hats, unless it's cold or I'm at the beach, is if I have showered and I don't want to put gunk in my hair to, even though I don't put very much, just to hold it in place. So actors, is there a consensus on actors that are from the UK that you guys don't want back? Is there somebody that's like, man, good riddance, that guy's gone? Because I have to believe that there's a high percentage of actors from other countries, you know, the UK in particular, that live in the United States, that live in California. And it might be most of them, for that matter. You know, I'm not really a groupie. Like, if somebody says, hey, I want to go down here and meet so-and-so. Not really. I'm not interested in famous people. I got a kick out of meeting a guy at a car show that does car reviews. Is he a famous guy? Not really, but he's got a YouTube channel that has, I don't know, does he have 1 million subscribers? I don't know if he's got 1 million subscribers. He does great car reviews. He deserves to have 1 million subscribers. So that was pretty cool. I got a picture taken with him. I got a kick out of talking to him for about a couple minutes until he got distracted by something else. But, you know, he's not a celebrity per se, but I don't understand how people would like, hey, let me go to Comic-Con or, get my autographed picture with some person. It's just not me. You know, some of them might be okay, but they're living in a world that's not real. You know, they're not living in a world that's that the rest of us are living in. You know, they can't go to the grocery store without being stopped by groupies. And I think I did. I think I did encounter someone that's. I'm just trying to think who it was. That was relatively famous, and I'm gonna leave them alone because they don't want to be bothered. I don't know who it was. Now that I think about it. I was gonna say him. I find him insufferable. I find him insufferable. That's exactly who I was thinking of when I was making that comment. Yeah, I don't like him. I don't. There's some other people that are freaking annoying. I could see people not liking them. Simon Cowell. But sometimes the things that Simon Cowell say, and I don't watch all those shows. I have, are interesting, and sometimes he cuts people down, and it's funny as shit. I don't like anything that comes out of James Corden's mouth. You know? Who's the guy that gets in all kinds... Who's that media guy that gets in all kinds of trouble? Piers Morgan. I haven't watched a lot of his stuff. I know he's a controversial, wishy-washy kind of guy. In other words, sometimes he takes the conservative slant, sometimes he doesn't. I've watched some of his programming. I don't necessarily have a problem with him. You know, his delivery isn't necessarily bad. But Corden is just worthless. I just don't care for him at all. You know? That's why we send him to California. You know? And I'm definitely not one of those people that judges people from a country based on the few interactions that we have. Like I've mentioned this before. I had a friend of mine he hated every single thing about the French. And I'm like, okay, that's fair, but not everybody's that way. You know, just like you can't judge all Americans by the ones you may encounter. There's lots of sorry people here in this country. There's lots of sorry people everywhere. You know, I'm not a typical American. You know, and you know that's good. You know, there's people all over the place that are there's sorry people everywhere. But the funny thing is he hated everything French, and he never met a French person. Well, that's not very fair. You know, if all you do is know about the people that you encounter on television, they probably all suck. Because people on television are weird. That's exactly who I was thinking of, James Corden. And I also don't like, and what I really don't like about it, and the wife would watch his show from time to time because they like I don't really get a kick out of the whole singing thing, but he's got that show where he makes people like either tell the truth or like eat nasty stuff, and I'm like, I'm not eating bugs, okay? I'm gonna punch people in faces before I'm eating bugs. Especially if I'm famous. If I'm famous, I have other people eat bugs for me. You know what I'm saying? Sheep's eyes, stuff like that. That's the stuff of the second Indiana Jones movie. But he's just annoying. His accent is annoying. Oh well. We can't give him back to you then. Okay, well, all right. I guess we'll just hold on to him. That's hilarious because of all the people that are out there that you would have picked him, and that's exactly what I was thinking of. Yeah, his show's terrible. You know what show I love to watch? I don't watch it very often. Graham Norton. I think Graham Norton is brilliant. Now, I don't think I've watched a whole show. I've just seen clips. That's some funny stuff. That is some really, really funny stuff. And he speaks very clearly, which is important for us that are Americans that are not native English speakers. I said that on a post this week and I got people rolling. I said, well, English isn't my first language. I am American. Oh, man. Actually, I learned Spanish at home before I spoke Spanish at home before I spoke English, but, you know, I never went to school in that. So I'm basically like Mississippi. I'm like from Mississippi in Spanish. Oh, my goodness. All these little tiny... Oh, I hope they don't go end to end. Oh, if they go end to end, we're going to have a problem. Oh, wait, don't. Good. Whew. All right. We got these little guys all happy over here. Let's expect the disaster. There we go. It's good to be organized. Okay, let's flip these guys over. Man, these are nice. Holy smokes. All right, you guys got to see this. This is a beautiful kit. And I know that Revell took over some of the molds for some other models that weren't very good. This must be their own casting. And Revell, when I used to work at a hobby store in the early 90s, Revell was not known for a good brand. You know, it was basically, you know, just whatever. Let's see if I can zoom in on these on the return rollers. Now, let me find the camera where it's at. It's got 6 little bolts on the front of it. And they're all there. I don't know if I can get the lighting just right for that. Look at that. That's amazing. Good job, Jerry's. About time you guys did something right. Yeah, they make good beer. That's about it. You prefer to watch TV with subtitles on. I do too, Jeffrey. I watch everything with subtitles. So that's why I'm actually pro foreign film. Because I get to see actors that are not, I don't have a preconception of how they're supposed to be, or maybe miscast. And I'm reading everything anyways. So yeah. Like you, as I sometimes find dialogue is mumbled or difficult to catch, especially U.S. shows. Some people just talk way too fast. You know, and then sometimes you miss some of the jokes. There's a show several years ago that the wife and I watched. It's from the UK. You guys may not like it. It might be just junk to you guys. We enjoyed it. But it was very fast paced and we needed to watch with subtitles. It's a show called Coupling. And we really enjoyed it. But you need to have subtitles on, or we needed to have subtitles on, or you're going to miss. You're going to be like, what did they say again? What did they say again? What did they say again? And I do it even with American shows. You know, it's just the speed of it. You know, we're watching, what are we going through now? Night Court. And it's just, a lot of it is really, really fast paced. You know, a lot of the shows that we've watched have been ones that either all of the characters or many of the characters speak very fast, complicated stuff. And, you know, you need to have the subtitles on. I wanted to watch a couple of movies during the week while the girls were gone. And there were movies that didn't have subtitles available for them. And I started watching it and I just gave up because I'm going to be annoyed. You know, I'm going to be annoyed that I'm going to miss. You know, it's not like I'm watching the Three Stooges. I'm watching stuff that's kind of complicated that I need to follow along correctly. And you know, yeah, if you're watching a foreign comedy, you have to use subtitles because you don't want to miss the words, because you have to get all the words and then maybe you will get all the context in it, you know, because sometimes, you know, things are, we don't know the cultural euphemisms or whatever for things. So we certainly want to make sure that we have the wording correct so we don't miss that also. But one of the things I hate the most about television is a laugh track. Okay? I don't know when they started it. Well, it used to be real people, and then it just ends up being an added one. And especially if it's something that's not particularly roll around, you know, belly laugh kind of stuff. It's very distracting. You know. But I just forget to watch television. I just do. You know, like I started watching that series. Somebody told me about it about 2 years ago. That British series called Hello Hello, and I really liked it. I wish that it didn't look as grainy. But stuff of that period all looks great, even here from the U.S. But I really liked it. But I forget to go back and watch it. You know, I actually liked it quite a bit. And I figured, okay, well maybe we can watch this with the daughter and the. Nah, they didn't want to watch it. They watched one episode and then they weren't. So I'm gonna have to watch it alone. You know, which is fine. I thought it was pretty. I mean, it's goofy. I expected it to be goofy. You know, it's okay. You know who I can't stand is from the UK, and it's not so much that I can't stand them. I don't think they're funny at all. Is again can't think of what his name is. Why don't you tell me, Barnes? Because I'm sure you're thinking of the same guy. The guy from your version of The Office, that stand-up guy. I guess your version of The Office. Your original Office. I don't like our version of The Office at all. That's a show that I don't particularly find funny. But I'm older and I don't really like that awkward humor where it's just people looking at each other awkwardly. Like that's not humor to me. Anyways, whatever that guy's name is, I don't think he's funny. I've seen lots of things by him. He just not my kind of humor. One of you guys recommended on one of these shows Jimmy Carr. I think Jimmy Carr is hilarious. But I like that kind of stuff. You know, he's actually in Tampa, and I'm like, we're gonna go. Nah, I'm not gonna go to him and see him in Tampa. I'll just end up watching his show for free a little later. But I like comics that are like, you're not supposed to say this, so that's what they say. You know, Ricky Gervais, yeah, I don't care for Ricky Gervais. He's not funny, or I don't think he's funny. How about that? You know. I also don't like comics that don't laugh at their own material. They're like too deadpan. You know, you don't have to laugh at every single thing you say on your delivery, but it makes you more real. Like I say funny things and I laugh at things when some things are funny. That's why they're funny. But just to be a deadpan shtick, I don't know. I just that doesn't appeal to me. Ricky Gervais, yeah, I don't think he's funny. My wife caught this lady, comedian, on one of the specials, and she has a sing-song Irish voice. You guys probably know who she is. And she thought she was so freaking funny. I don't remember what her name is, but she's on Netflix and stuff like that. And she's just like a librarian with a potty mouth. It was just really, really funny. Not everything was a potty mouth, but you know, just like there's a lot of American comedy now. I think sucks because what I like comedy that plays on ethnic stereotypes, and that's like at least in this country, like you can't touch that. Like you're going to be sent to the gulag if you do that. And I'm like, well, what happened about laughing about our differences? You know, we used to get along a lot better as a society when we could do that. And now it's like, oh, you can't do that. You can't, you know, I'm like, I don't dislike anybody. But it's funny to play on those generalizations which are there. Justin Sobaka. Is that your real last name? If it is, where are you from? And I'm going to guess Finland. Because you're probably not Japanese. In which case, it'd probably be Sobaka. Can we agree that let's just use the alphabet that 97.4% of the world uses. That's the problem with like Asian stuff is you can't look anything up because they don't use the right characters. Doing a plastic model kit, that's a change. It's the last Panzer III L I have to do. It was a kit that was gifted to me by Les Parsons from the UK. I think he's somewhere near Birmingham. And I have 5 other Panzer III Ls. This one is definitely more accurate than the other one. Hopefully the hatches on the top of the turret are not cast inside out. But I airbrushed, I primed probably about 20 vehicles yesterday, the ones that I put together. And there's not enough daylight here to do the dry brushing. I pray we get some rain. We have not had rain in, I swear, a month. And normally I wouldn't care, but I do have a lawn and I really don't want to run the water on it. No, Собака is Russian for dog. It was J-Dog at one time. Cool. Excellent. Okay, speaking of Russian, and I almost got involved in this thing on Facebook. It was on, I think, the Wargamer site. Somebody had posted a picture of a map and made some kind of a comment. This map would make Russians angry or something like that. And it was like from a war game. It was like from a modern war game with Ukraine and stuff. I don't follow any of that stuff at all. I don't take sides only because I just don't think that what we're seeing is what's really happening. But anyhow, I don't approve of invasions for no reason whatsoever either. But I'm never going to refer to the capital of Ukraine as anything other than Kiev. It's been Kiev for a millennia. Okay? And those guys were there before the Russians, okay? Because that was kind of settled by the Vikings, and it was called Kiev back then. You know? I hate changing the names of things. It bugs me. Like, I'm not calling it Myanmar. You know, I'm not calling it, you know, it's mad. I'm old. I'm getting old. I'm getting old and I'm grumpy. No, I'm just old school. I'm not going to change my ways just because you guys want to create extra problems. You know? All the Indian cities, I'm still calling them by the British names. Sorry. You only have to put up with my nonsense another 50 years and then I'll be gone. And then you guys can do whatever the hell you want. Let me look for my picture references on the Panzer III. Just because I call it Kiev does not mean I'm pro-Russian. Let's make sure that the Panzer III L has a side escape hatch on it. It may not, and it may be a mistake. And here's an L with them, so I'm good with them having on it. Perfect. No, I'm Polish Greek, live in northern Michigan. Cool. Excellent. I don't know that I've ever had Polish food. I haven't tried to avoid it, but Mitch has. But there's no Polish people here. I mean, there are, but people in the South, they don't know where they come from. I mean, you know, if you ask somebody if you ask a typical Anglo person from the South, they're going to say, where are you from? And they say, I don't really know, but I think I'm Scots-Irish. They always throw Scots-Irish, and they always throw in the 1/16th Cherokee. That's like the common denominator of everybody. You know, assuming you're not talking about people from Miami. Or people of different ethnicities, but a typical Anglo person in the South, that's what you're going to get. Now, it tells you to drill these little holes out. I was supposed to drill it before I put it together. Well, excuse me. So what I'm going to do is, this is transparent. I can see where these holes are. I'm going to start them with the X-Acto knife. And I can't drill them from here because it won't fit. And these are just holes to put the side escape hatch, which apparently was not very useful because there was no OSHA back there in Nazi Germany. So they like to stack ammo and shit in the way. Randy Collins, one of our local players, is Polish. Of course, I asked him, what part of Poland are the Collins from? You have a big Polish community up here. Cool. I've had kielbasa before, but that's it. Was that part of on your cookout? That stuff's good. What I don't like is those white brats. White brats. I don't like those. They taste weird. They taste like something you shouldn't be eating. Where is the pin vise? It has the larger drill bit in it. So I'm not switching this thing out all the time. Here's one. Here's the other one. The actual one that's the pin vise. It's shorter, which means sometimes it gets lost in here. Me no see it. Damn it, I don't want to have to switch that thing out. I guess I'll have to. It's here somewhere. You only find it when you stop looking for it. And I consider myself pretty organized. But still, there's a lot of shit going on. Well, last night was steak on the barbecue. I almost never eat steak. Let's see, which one of these is going to be about the right size? Let's go, I don't want to get too big. I think this one's right about the correct size. Nope, that one's still too big. Let's say this one. Let's do this. Let's just do this one. Well, it's almost the same size I took off the damn thing. All right, we're just going to use the one that we had on there. Could always enlarge it with an X-Acto knife. That's just for the pins that are going to be for the little escape hatch. So you don't have roasted Nazis in there. You weren't all Nazis. Okay. Maybe not, but... I'm not taking any chances. I can get behind killing communists. I can't get behind exterminating people just because they're born a certain race. It's just stupid. I can get behind eliminating people that are trying to eliminate your freedom. But the other stuff, absolutely not. Okay. Where were we? Idler and sprocket wheel time. Sprockets. Well, the nice thing is we have all this part done. Now all I gotta do is make sure I don't go boom and these guys go flying. Hey, I know how to deal with building vehicles without all the pieces together. I've had to do that several times. And it hasn't kept me down. Let's go ahead and use the nippers. Let's just take all these off. So this one, I've got an extra set of, those SU kits are a mess. They give you extra parts for things that are attached on there, like I had a Panzer kit, and it gave you other things for like the other Panzer III Ms. So I've got like shirts and stuff for it. So almost all of the Panzer IIIs that you see photo evidence for at Kursk have shirts on them. They did it was ordained that around May of 43 that everything needed to have shirts in. And I'm sure that some vehicles did not have them put on there in time. I've seen evidence of some, but I've seen evidence of one without for every 10 with. And these L's, the L's that I'm doing for this time period. Let's see, how am I gonna do this? I don't think I can get this guy in there. The L's I've done for this time period are die cast, so they don't have any shirts in it. It's difficult to attach them. This one's being plastic, and the extra shirts in being plastic as well. I'm going to attach them onto the turret, so we're going to have an L with shirts in. Now that is the plan. Now the shirts in may actually be too basic, or or the wrong size or something, and it not work. But that's what my intention is going to be to do with this particular one. We'll test fit it before we glue it in place, but that's what we'll plan on doing. Time to make coffee and be back. Okay. I'm having some myself. I'm starting to cut down on how much I have because I had a little scare last week. And I don't think it's what it felt like. I think it's just I'm getting too much acid from the coffee. And I'm not having that much. It's not like I'm having multiple cups. But this stuff I have is from concentrate. And it's supposed to be cut 1-to-1. And I'm cutting it 1-to-3. And I'm thinking of cutting it more even to 1-to-4. I don't need that much caffeine. But I dialed back the coffee I was having, and I started not having that issue come up. Coffee is supposed to make you go to the bathroom. It just makes me pee like coffee, like tea. What I don't have enough of on the weekends is water. I just don't. I have access to too many different things to drink, and I don't necessarily dislike water. It's just easier to have something that has a flavor in it than something that doesn't. Unless I go to the gym, in which case I usually have too much. Oh, that's nice. That's nice. I guess this plastic is just soft enough that just going over a little bit takes that little nub off. One more. I guess there's one in every 4 of the positions. So the part here is this. Luckily, this piece is large enough to hold on to while you run the sanding thing over it. That's usually the problem. The problem is that whatever piece you have, you can't hold it. You can't. You can't. I see the sandpaper does its own stunts too. It does its. It's difficult to hold on to the piece while you sand it down. Is this a little too low? You guys are okay. We should be good till about 10 for sure. Let's just see how far we go. We got to do this anyways. It's funny, when I was younger, 20 years ago, 25 years ago, I would do this stuff in 1/35th scale, and I thought it was a pain in the ass. And now I'm like in 1/72nd, and it's not a pain in the ass. I wouldn't want to touch separate link track in 1/35th scale back then. It was kind of a new thing at the time. And now I'm like, I'm not scared. It's the only thing about separate link track is you can't really sand it. You know, you've got to kind of clean it up with an X-Acto knife. It's just a little too small to sand any of that stuff. Okay. Does it want me to attach them? It does. Okay. These go together with this one. Okay, see, these actually fit inside the other one. So that one's okay. Those other ones really kind of didn't. But they'll be plenty hard when we glue them in there. You know, earlier this year, well, actually last year, I ended up watching the Battle of Britain movie for the first time, and I really didn't care for it very much. Again, when you watch a movie for the first time that's old, you watch it maybe too late in your life. You don't really appreciate it. You don't have any fond childhood memories of it. But it was very interesting to see that all the scenes that had the Germans in them, you know, it was all like happy marching music. Oh, they're just, you know, and it was like, really? Definitely not a Russian movie where they make everything hunky dory until the Germans show up. Okay, there's that. Let's take the sprocket wheels. Hold on 1 second. Okay. The wife was sending me a text that they were running late. Well, sometimes the planes run late and then they catch up. They'll be like, hey, we're supposed to get here in 2 hours and whatever, and we actually made it quicker. I'm like, would you burn a little bit more gas? Took a more efficient route? You know, I could airbrush while they're here. It doesn't really affect anything. But I was looking at a spray thing to spray in the house, but it's got these fans. I just don't want the idea of. I don't really make a mess when I'm working on my hobby, and when you're working on the airbrush, you invariably end up making messes, you know? Battle Britain Films, first thing I saw in color TV in 72 was based on the book, The Narrow Margin, one of those films that comes around 4 or 5 times a year. Oh, screw Kelly's Heroes. It's just a... far out. Kelly's Heroes reminds me of everything that's wrong with America. And you know, if it comes on, I'll watch it again because I watched it. I watched it a long time ago. I watched it every bit of 30 years ago, and I hated the soundtrack. The soundtrack was the worst part. I don't like period movies that have soundtrack that's just does not go with it. Yeah, I never saw Battle Britain. I didn't avoid it. It just wasn't shown frequently. When I was a kid, the war movies the movies that were military that they showed all the time was Guns and Navarone, the Battle of the Bulge movie. What else? Movies that they showed all the time that I watched. Okay, because I've never seen Longest Day. It's black and white. Why the hell would I want to watch a black and white movie about World War II? I might as well just watch film footage. You know, I want to see things in color. I want to see, you know, tanks in color doing their thing that they do. Which other ones did they play? I saw Patton again recently. I don't think it's a very good movie. I think he did an excellent. I think he was more like Patton than Patton himself. But you know, I wish I would have picked up that book that I saw in a bookstore in Connecticut. And it was something like World War II in charts. It was something like that. And it was a book that I glanced through, and just in glancing through it, I'm like, you know, sometimes things are explained, complicated things are explained in a chart, and all kinds of it makes sense. Whether it's a bar graph or whether it's a pie chart, but you kind of grasp the aspect of it. And it was something along the lines with like production and stuff like that. And there was some interesting stuff in there that I hadn't really wrapped my head around it. I forgot exactly what it was. I think it might have been like British production during the war and stuff like that. Now, he produced a shitload of aircraft. It was on TV last night. Caught it just over the start of the final battle. Love Mike Curb, Congregation, and Lalo Schifrin soundtrack. Burning Bridges is going to be played at my funeral. You know, one thing I found very strange about it. It was kind of like a song. in that the soundtrack, 2/3 of the way through the movie, there's this big air scene, and it goes on for, I swear, 10 or 15 minutes in a dogfight, and it has like this music playing in the background, and it just looks out of place, almost like they didn't finish it. It just seemed very odd. It found very odd when I was listening to it. I was at the gym at the time, and it was playing. It happened to be finishing up the movie. Isn't I need to stop bringing up actors' names. I'm just terrible about it. I'm absolutely horrible about it. Isn't what's his name in that movie? I know, of course he is. Several what's his names are in that movie. The guy that I say makes a better German than a Brit. The guy who plays Hessler in the British actor that plays Hessler in Battle of the Bulge. He makes a better German than a Brit. Now, Battle of the Bulge was a crap movie, okay? But it had some decent scenes in him, and he was cast really well. Robert, whatever his name is. I'm just absolutely terrible about actors' names. Robert Shaw. Thank you. Whew. Yeah, I think he's in that. Come on, you need to fall into place. There's a little notch in the shape of that. Bloody Jerry's. There we go. It likes that one. Let's make sure that they're lined up even across from each other. You don't want misshaped teeth. Yeah, I didn't mean Kelly's Heroes. I meant Battle of Britain. Yeah. He makes a better German than a Brit. I think. I tried watching Force 10 from Navarone a couple of months back, and I just lost interest. It's not very good. And it's funny because you watch something like that and you realize, Harrison Ford is not a very good actor. And he in my opinion, he did a lot with the little bit of acting ability that he has. Oh, this is strange. A little nub there. Oh, it must go on the front there. Okay, cool. Well, the nice thing about separate link track is you don't ever have to put that crazy pressure on it while you're trying to wrap that rubber band around it. So your wheels tend to not break off. Okay, we're done with the first page, which goes from step 6 all the way to 27. See, we're getting into transom light territory here. So I really don't want to quit doing this. I'm enjoying this. I'm enjoying interacting with you guys. This is very relaxing. It's going very well. Okay, step 7 is the one where we start putting these things on it. And then also the side escape hatches, which I'm going to jump ahead and do them before I do the other ones, because if they're covered up somehow, I won't have a problem getting them in there. So let's jump to see what piece is that. Not that I couldn't just find them. 80 and 81. Here they are. They don't look like anything else. These two pieces. There's a couple old movies that I've seen before that I wouldn't mind seeing again. As much as I dislike Kelly's Heroes, I would give it another shot because I like all the actors that are in it, except for the German tank commander. It looks like a child molester. Sorry, that's what I envision a child molester to look like. He was also a Soviet agent in Russia with Love. Yeah, he was. You know, I didn't. Everybody loves that Bond movie. And me and the family, well, I should say my brother and my mom, who grew up watching those movies, we'll watch them in order. And we made it all the way to the first Dalton movie, and, we just haven't picked it up yet. But we watched them all in order. And that movie was boring as shit. And probably the problem is his expectations. I was expecting it to be better than it was, and I had seen it before. I've seen all the Bond movies except the new one, and maybe two other ones. And it would have been... I think the two that I have not seen, I've not seen GoldenEye. I don't know why, I hadn't seen it. And I've not seen Quantum of Solace. And I haven't seen the new one. I've seen all the other ones. I may have seen only some of the movies once. But I am all about expectations. Okay, so they open towards the front. So when they open, you could get partial cover from this little thing. Not that it would do that good. So, the first movie, Dr. No, I knew was a boring movie. And it wasn't that bad. Now, I don't know what anybody sees in Ursula Andress. She doesn't do anything for me. I'm not saying she's ugly. I'm just saying she doesn't do anything for me. Her character was uninspiring. Her dialogue was annoying as shit to understand, to hear, okay? But it was not that bad. So I'm like, okay, well, the next one's going to be better. I didn't like it at all. I fell asleep. And I had seen it before. Carl Otto Alberti has appeared as a German officer in many war films. He was in Battle of Britain. Okay, is that the child molester dude? He's got some weird lips. He's got weird lips like Jimmy Carter. Don't let that guy around children. I lost my transparency now. What was I talking about Bond? Oh yeah. So I was expecting that movie to be better. It's all expectations. I was expecting On Her Majesty's Secret Service to be shit. It wasn't my favorite movie, but it wasn't that bad. I'm not a fan of that actor, but I was expecting it to be much worse. I was expecting Diamonds Are Forever to be horrible, and it wasn't. And actually, that one has scenes that I remember to this day. Like, I remember this scene. There's some things, there's scenes that you'll see in a movie that'll remind you, like, I don't remember what movie that's in. And that was the scene in the coffin where he, escapes being incinerated. It's not a very good movie, but I thought it was very entertaining. Even though I didn't care for Jill St. John. So... Aha! This has some things on the underside that need to be drilled out. Well, that's step 8. So we're not there again, even though we jumped to 9. Okay. Let's put the running gear on. Yeah, you're never going to come to a consensus about the James Bond actors. I think they all have value. I have my preferences, and they're, and it just depends on who you grew up with. I grew up with Roger Moore being James Bond. I'm a big fan of Roger Moore. I just think that, when I grew up and I watched British actors. They were always super polished, easy to understand, didn't need subtitles. So I'm a big fan of people like that. David Niven, folks that are, aristocratic type of stuff. So maybe that's just my incorrect inexperience. It's like saying, Hollywood tries to push these things that aren't reality. That's why I don't want to watch any more De Niro type, Pacino type movies. And New York is not the United States. I'm tired of these shows that are in the U.S. They don't portray the U.S. accurately, which I'm sure is the case in the UK, where they don't portray it accurately, which would annoy you if you're from there. Oh, look at this! Look at this transom light. I mean, it's great light, and it's great light. I love natural light, but the problem is that it's not even. So I saw Bridge Too Far again recently. I didn't think it was a very good film. There's parts of it that I like, but there's parts of it that, don't appeal to me. Man, I don't want to stop doing this. I'm having fun. Light's going to come over and ruin my day. Another day with no bloody rain. Nah, it would just been just as easy to put those escape hatches. Well, they're done. If you're gonna build stuff from the back forward, not the other way around. Absolutely beautiful running gear. Just stellar. So I've been out of the plastic model things for quite some time, so I'm not aware of this kit is made by somebody else, but it's actually a repackaged one by some other company, and there's some Revell of Germany stuff that is repackaged Matchbox stuff. This one happens to be its own thing. Same thing with the Panzer IV H. It's really confusing sometimes. Ah, your tricycle gets away. And again, if you were to super glue this, it's unforgiving. Here, this is kind of like epoxy. You can tinker with it. You can adjust. It stays semi-soft for a little bit. So we're going to hold this upside down, and we do the sprocket wheel on the front. I'm sorry, I'm enjoying this so much more than working on 15s. I am. Just the freedom of, I feel like working on a model today. I mean, I'm still working on stuff. I'm still working on stuff that I have. You know, the day I get around to doing Africa Core stuff, I'll just buy new models for that. I mean, there's lots of, I don't mind having more. I just want to finish the stuff that I have. I don't want to do Africa Core vehicles. As much as I really want to do the British. I really want to do the British, the desert. I just don't have a lot of motivation to paint figures. And it's not that they're not turning out well. It's just, I want to do something different. Okay, now it's asking me to do separate link track. Okay. I don't mind doing that because it's going to be a huge win. I just don't know if I can do it with the current lighting situation. Let me go use the little boy's room and I'll be right back. Airfix repackaged a lot of SE kits and figures in the 1990s. I remember when they replaced the World War II British infantry with a reboxed ESCI figures. I did not like the ESCI figures at all. I have a fair number of them. I just don't like their poses. The Airfix figures, some of them are excellent, even by today's standards. The Africa Core and Desert Rats are excellent figures. Almost all of them. My only gripe with them is that try to find pictures of Africa Core with the freaking with the socks pulled all the way up. You're just not going to find them. They rarely have shorts on, and if they do, they're you can't even see their socks. They've got boots and they're tucked inside. That's pretty much only the British you could find photographic evidence of that. But the sculpting on them, whoever did the masters of those, he was a master. He was a master sculptor. I don't really know how they make injection molded stuff. And you see this bright sun? Here comes the sun. I don't think I want to quit. So if you guys can deal with the glare, I will power through it. Because I want to do some separate link track. And knock this shit out of the park. Because I like doing things that are empowering and make you feel good. Like, man, that really turned out well. So let's do this separate link track. I'm actually going to not skip this step so I don't screw up. And it says to drill out these two and this one. So let's go ahead and follow instructions from the Lord and Master. I don't throw away these instructions either. I don't know why. It's not like I can't go on ScaleMates and get them. Oh, these are at a funky angle. Funky. Oh. Okay, that. No doubt that's going to be the headlights. Let's make sure we do it perpendicularly. Okay, and then this one perpendicularly as well. Okay. And then we will cook. This is, look at the engine deck. That is just beautiful. It's a beautiful model. The best Airfix figure with a rescaled sculpt for 1/32. It would have been great for the original 176 British Paras to have gotten that treatment. I can't say I've ever built any British Paras. We didn't have Airfix here as a kid. We did, but they were rebranded as MPC. And MPC didn't necessarily rebrand everything. Like, I never saw the Soviet infantry. Never saw them. And I don't know why they just didn't sell the Airfix models as Airfix models, but they didn't. Or at least in my part in the States, they did not. I built a lot of those Airfix kits. And they still said Airfix on them, on the model of them, on the bottom of them. I built several naval things in 1/600 scale, which I would have loved to them be waterline, but that wasn't a thing back then. And I have all those Airfix figures if I didn't lose them. You know, which you lose stuff along the way. But I don't have any infantry in white metal in 20 millimeter for the desert for anybody. And the desert is really interesting because I think both sides are equally interesting. So I would love to find out, like, who else makes, what other Revell kits of Germany make other vehicles that are as well put together as these. I would like to know that because I wouldn't mind building them. With separate link track. I mean, look at the turret. Look at the freaking turret on the top of this thing. Let's see if I can get it there. It's got little bolt holes and everything on there. It's really an incredible model. Oh, and it comes with a hatch shut. Sorry, this one's going to have the hatch open. Because I don't have any of these with the hatch open. So we're going to put the hatch open and it'll be some kind of Panzer Führer there. Okay, separate link pieces. All right. Well, now we got enough light to airbrush. I'm on a tear here. So one thing I've noticed is sometimes the amount of things they tell you to put on are incorrect on these separate link tracks. So to go all the way around, it's going to consist, let's do all the big pieces. It's going to take a 75, obviously. The large piece. which strangely is across the top. Hopefully we can make it fit okay. A 76. Oh, I took this off, so I guess this larger one is 76. Somehow that piece got cut off for the nippers. And a 78. And a 77. Okay. And then 8 small ones and 8 small ones there. So that's 16 small ones. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 16. So all but 2. Okay, I'm going to flip this upside down because they're less likely to fly. So we've got to put our finger on it. The worst part is trimming the pieces. It's not even cutting them out, it's just trimming them. Putting them together is actually pleasant. And actually the light isn't the problem, it's the shadow. There's an extreme shadow on anywhere that I'm working on. These are some nice freaking tracks. These are as good as any 35th scale tracks. All but 2. Okay. Built the Revell Stug. Their 235 are good kits too. Okay. Yeah, I've got plenty of those, and they're 176. So I really don't want to put a 72nd in there. What else do they make? They make any other Panzer IVs that are good other than the H? Are their Panthers any good? Because I think some of those are actually rebranded other stuff that's not very good. And you know, it would be nice to not have to build it, but there's just something nice about building this. It's just it's kind of relaxing. I mean, I know it's going to turn out well with all the tools that I have. When I was younger, it was the excitement of putting something together and seeing what the tank looked like from all angles, you know. Jacques Slabert, welcome. I hope I said that correctly. Just beautiful. It's dying down. I just don't want to stop, man. I'm enjoying this too much. It's dying down as it picks up. I have a Stug 4 that was from BP Cast. That was actually the first one I painted up of these recently when I started this back in October. And it turned out okay. The model is just very rustic. Almost done. Of course, then you got to do the other side, but. I don't remember which one of these was the first one I did of separate link track that went really well. But I remember as a kid, I hated this stuff. I didn't have the patience for it. I know some people put like a piece of tape and assemble it on the tape, but then you have to pull it off the tape. I think that it works great on this surface. I've been very successful doing it on here. And since it stays pliable, you're able to mold it. It goes really well together. But sometimes you got to take a link off or add a link on. I think if I remember correctly, it was actually taking some off. Okay, so this is ready to go. Let's take all these little guys, move them out of the way. Any of this extra stuff, let's just get rid of it here. All right, and let's set up a battle plan of how we're going to tackle this. All right, so this is going to be 8 of these little bastards over here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then the other 8 little bastards over on this side. Okay, we've got the longer of the two. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 has 6 links. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, is over in this position. Oh, 8. Okay, there aren't any extra links. Well, that's not very comforting. Because I did not take into account the one that goes in between here and here, and the one that goes in the same place on the rear. So we'll definitely have to put those in. Okay. So we have this piece here. There's a connector piece. You've got the long one, the half piece there at the bottom. Then you've got another connector piece there. Then you've got this one. Then you have the one that goes all the way up the top, and you got that one at the very top. So what we're going to do is, this piece is inflexible, and we're going to need a joining piece here at the end. So what we're going to do is we're going to build it. We're going to start here in the middle and work our way out. And we're not going to attach all of these pieces. We're going to say, I'm going to go like maybe 2 pieces short and make sure that the fit is correct on that. I believe the Panther is a Reeboks Matchbox G. Yeah, it stinks. That stinks. I don't want that Matchbox. It's 1/76, you know. I have to go do a deep dive on. I don't know. If I had to buy another Panther, I'd buy the Plastic Soldier Company A's. Okay. These guys are going to attach here. And what we need more than anything else is tweezers. Remember those ones I couldn't find? These are made in Switzerland. Back when not everything was made in China. So we're just going to take this little guy and we're going to push it up and attach it like that. And then I'm going to go ahead and brush it again. And we're done. And same thing. This is the pattern that we're going to do. Boom, boom, boom. Put it up against it. Give it another, almost kind of like an egg wash, if you will. Okay. And we're going to start with this one. Put this one here because it's easier to attach from this end. You're laying the piece on top instead of underneath. The egg wash method. I didn't watch a video on this. I just kind of figured it out. Okay? And it really doesn't take that long. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and do all 8. And if I have to take a piece out, I have to take a piece out. Okay? So, ooh, we're going to get sunburn on the back of my neck. I'm going to be a redneck after all. What's the British equivalent of a redneck? We're going to do the egg wash afterwards on all these. This applicator is amazing. That little brush is, which doesn't even look like a brush. You can't even see the bristles. Am I sadistic because I enjoy this? No, because it's working out. If it was a fight, yes, that would be sadistic. Really, the two things well, it's the 3 things that make it. It's the glue, it's moving everything around with a tweezer, and it's the surface that's not sticky. And it does absorb some glue if it goes all the way through, which really shouldn't happen, but. Okay, let's go ahead and do an egg wash here. Yes, Mr. Cloud. Thank you. Okay. Now we're going to move to the other side, and we're going to build these in midair because I want to attach it here last. So we're going to do 8 over here. Okay. Fat Fingers. Is that a good gangster name? Fat Fingers Tony. Tony Two Toes. I don't have any feet issues. Thankfully. I mean, if these pieces had a lot of flash in the joining pieces, yeah, it would be a nightmare. But these are uber crisp. This doesn't take that long. Just a matter of just staying on it. Oh, don't poke the thing that's built. Thank you. I think that anybody can do this. Does it require patience? Sure. The main thing it requires, even more than patience, is knowing that it's just going to take a little while to get these things in place. And it's going to make a difference because if you do it right, then the next step will go really, really smooth. But I mean, the kit is beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful kit. Now, in this example, I had them laid out this way, and it's going around the idler wheel, the sprocket wheel, like this. So let's make sure all of our tires, our wheels, are lined up pretty close, and then we need to install this part first. Now, what I like to do is, before I do any any gluing, as I like to, man, the glare is just brutal. I like to kind of test fit it. And we didn't do an egg wash here, but I think I'll be okay without it. I don't want to soften them too much. So we've got this large section in the back. We want the wheels on the bottom. We want the wheels to go from there to there. That's really going to be kind of inflexible. So I probably can glue it down, but I'm not going to, just out of good measure. Just for good measure. So we're going to tip this on its side, and this long piece is going to go from there to there. Okay, and then we will bend this over to there. And it doesn't matter that it bends back. We're just testing for fit because it does need to go in these teeth. Like there, we got it into the teeth. Okay, and it's almost like we're a few teeth short. It looks like it. Let's bring this back a little ways. Can I rotate this a little bit? I can. Okay, perfect. Perfect. All right, if that's there and that's there, how is this going to fit? And that fits good there. We are like one link short. All right. Let's wrap this as tight as we can. I think it'll all work out at the end. I've done other kits before and they actually give me extra pieces. Looks like something is frozen. God bless it. This is a wrong time for that. It didn't fuck up until you showed up, Joe. I'm blaming you. Let's see if I remember how to do this quickly. There we go. Okay. It didn't mess up until Joe showed up. Joe, you need to show up earlier so that it'll mess up earlier. I need to push this up one more link. Yeah, it's good on length. It's good on length. You precise freaking Jerry's. Look at that. Holy smokes. That is, as you Brits like to say, spot on. I actually like that saying. The saying I don't like is done and dusted. I hear that all the time and I find it silly. Excellent. Piece of frickin' cake. Because it's a lot better than that plastic track trying to push that thing all the way over. These idler wheels that are just made of plastic that are just, you know, like getting bent or break the sprocket wheel off and everything. This is just superb. Just superb. Now we're going to build it the same way the other side, but when we go is we'll flip it so that it fits the same way. Okay? And we're going to, for good measure, another British saying I like, we're going to add some weldy stuff there. I made a video, the video I made yesterday of using the hand sanitizer. Finally got around to doing it. I got all the way through the video and it had stopped recording like a freaking minute in. So every experiment I did, I had to redo it again. I'm like, freaking technology, you know? I've been talking about doing that video for like 6 months. Okay, there it is. Piece of cake. Well, it's not frozen anymore. It had gotten frozen. Joe showed up and hell froze over, so that's why it didn't work. Piece of cake. Okay, let's do it again. It's actually a lot less fiddly than doing the road wheels. The road wheels are actually more fiddly. It's time for a fresca. I'll be right back. I've earned a fresca. Well, we don't need this lamp anymore. Now the other side. Yeah, it doesn't take that long. It's, you know, it's a couple things. It's track links that don't have a bunch of flash on them. There's no, I mean, there's flash on the end where they're attached, but they're totally clean. They're excellent track links. It's working on a surface that's not going to stick, and if it does, it absorbs it. You know, this cardboard is really handy. Just cardboard that you find on the backs of you know, office supplies. And the glue, you need a glue that's, you know, that adds some flexibility later on, and put them together with a tweezer, and that's it. It's pretty easy. Now, I did separately tracks on a Russian kit. Well, Russian kits kind of defy explanation. They're just all over the place. They have a ton of flash in some places. They have pretty decent detail. Sometimes they just have a ton of flash. And this particular kit was a PST, which came around in the early 90s. But that JSU still turned out pretty good. But it was a little challenging to clean up some of the tracks. But now I actually enjoy the separate link track because it puts no pressure on the running gear when you're putting it on. Okay. Don't need this little guy. Bye-bye. Okay. Time for cleanup on all 5. So let's go ahead and do these little guys. If you had to sand this, there's just nowhere to hold on to it. That's why I wanted to do this, because this is empowering. And I gotta do it anyway. See, now I can stop and go spray. Now I'm like, nah, we're gonna finish this. We're gonna finish this Panzer III first. I may not be able to finish it all today, because I got some other things I gotta do, so, but we're not gonna paint in this session. And I'm glad that this transom light's not really screwing me up. If I tried to paint in this, it'd be impossible. I got a really heavy cast shadow here that just would throw me off color-wise. This would be the video game equivalent of grinding. Just gotta stick with it. And again, these are probably vehicles that would benefit from being on a stand, so that they're not being handled and you lose a separate link track along the way, that kind of thing. Probably not super necessary, because they're fairly robust, but I think that a stand certainly helps them, the longevity of them. Yeah, we have Fresca. We didn't for a long time. It's a great mixer. Put some alcohol in with it. It's very, very good. Talked about that last night. We had a drinking session talking about drinking, and there was no drinking. Well, I wasn't doing any anyways. Is this as low as it'll go? No. Okay. I could do this as low as I can so I can keep my neck as erect as possible. Well, now I did a whole thing. Now it feels too low. Oh, man. Thine own worst enemy. All right, let's clean these guys up. Whee! You know, this is so much more of a pain in the butt than if it was resin or white metal, especially white metal, because you're limited on the glues. And this makes it so easy being able to use this bendy, being able to bend it, mold it around. Bye-bye. Last one. And some plastics don't behave as well to this weld cement as others. This one happens to behave very well. I forget what it was. There's something I put together at the beginning. I was like, man, I already glued it. Oh, it was the halves. That was a breeze. Okay, we got all our pieces. Let's put them where they go. So we're going to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And the one that's 6, which is this one, goes there next. Then this one goes here. Then the piece along the bottom. Then another separate piece. Then this one here, and then these all the way on the end, and then this one on the top. I guess you could do it the other way, but I just figured the most solid piece is this one, so do it last. It's going to be the least flimsy. Okay, so let's work over here, and then come back here, and then work to the center, just like we did last time. Let's get a little bottle here. How close are we to? Yeah, we're still below that line. You get out of the way. I don't need you right now. Let's time me. 9:41. Let's see how long this takes. Not that we're in a hurry, but this does not take, I bet this doesn't take 10 minutes. Let's go ahead and give these guys an egg wash. That's my extent of cooking. I do an egg wash on plastic models. What? I want to assemble this way because I'm laying the piece on the other piece, not trying to get underneath it. This just makes it a little less awkward. This is such a pleasant experience. Compared to building that Frankenpanzer, which was just a soup sandwich of issues. I would have checked into an insane asylum if I didn't have all the tools experience that I have now. Okay. I mean, this slides easy on here. It does not sticking to anything. And I don't know how I started doing that. I just decided at one time, well, I'd always use this cardboard. I don't want to get stuff on my surface. But I think this stuff will actually eat off these numbers. Because I've seen pictures where somebody had a spill of this stuff and it created a mess. Created a mess for them. But If you use this kind of cement, tweezers are indispensable because you don't get fingerprints on stuff. Because you're using this to put them into place. And again, when I was a kid, I didn't have tweezers as handy. Now I've got multiple pairs of tweezers. This by far is the more precise one. Fine tip. See, we're almost done. It's super easy. You just got to be methodical, organized about it, and let the good kit build itself. But the rubber band track, worse than it doesn't look right, it's worse than that. Its worst sin is that it does not, you have to put so much pressure on all the wheels to get it to fit around. And, you know, you can leave it out and you can put it in hot water. None of that's worked before. None of that's worked. I've tried it. I've been so freaking frustrated with it. Okay. Other side. Now remember, this is being shown this way for this vehicle. So I need to flip it and also flip this. Okay, we start at the bottom. And see where that joint is of the big piece, which is right there. That's the thing, when you go back to working on plastic models, you gotta hold everything ever so lightly. Okay, this one we're going to need to move it back this way a little bit. So let's go back one tooth. Perfect. Okay, excellent. All right. And the nice thing is you have teeth on one end, so it kind of holds it in place a little bit so you don't lose your spot and move it a little bit. incredible. And let's go ahead and put it on the two ends. Look at that. And let's go ahead and put some of this here as well. Use weld cement. Really, when you're done, you have one piece. You go from 60 pieces to one piece. Ten minutes. Now, if you needed to adjust this one, you could, because it stays softish for a little bit. I mean, in the 90s, when separate leg tracks started coming out in 1/35 scale, I'd hear people, oh, I prefer separate leg tracks. And I'm thinking, what kind of freaking drugs are you on, right? And then you get the hang of it and you're like, yeah, separate leg tracks are better. You know? But you got to make sure that it doesn't get away from you. Really, the biggest problem is just being patient and make sure you don't get your fingerprints on everything. Which, you know, if you use this, you know, really... Beautiful track. Beautiful track that these guys did. Okay. Excellent. Now, let's see how the fit and finish is of this. So there's going to be a little bit of a gap there. No, nothing we can't just fill in. At least it's consistent across the top of it. A little bit of a gap. Okay. All right, we need this. And it's having me attach E. Oh, it wants me to paint things now? Screw you. Paint things till the end. Okay, it looks like a couple pieces that we're going to add. Piece 14 and 13. That's the back plate. Well, I don't see the number here. Does this one have a parts explosion? It does. Excellent. 14 and 13. It's those two. Okay. I told that to somebody. It's like, what do you mean a parts explosion? Think about it. It's something I've always used. Of course, I was helping somebody with doing mechanic work when I was around 14 or 15 years old. And those had parts explosions. At least that's what they were called back then. Who knows what the hell they're called now. Yeah. When I get done with these vehicles, I'm going to get more. I'm enjoying this way too much. Way too much. I'm enjoying it and being successful, because if you're not being successful, that's bad too. So let's just get this close. Okay. And then we will take the sandpaper to it, wherever she went, right here. Another trick that somebody said, if you try and take panel lines, use the back of the X-Acto knife. That way you don't overcut. Not necessarily that useful here, That's what you got to be careful. That doesn't thing rolls off the table onto your foot. Do not model naked. Oh man. Okay, this one tells me to drill a couple pieces out. If you flip to the back side, there's a couple holes here. It says to drill those out. I will do so. They're marked. I know somebody was, I'd either seen an article, or it was an article, it was a long time ago, where somebody had actually taken sprue and used this kind of cement and made their own like putty. And I guess I haven't looked at it into it enough, but okay, this is going to attach to the bottom section. We have 2 holes towards the top, and it goes back here. Now, okay, it has a spot where it meets this other piece, so I can line it up. Okay, perfect. Well, let's go ahead and get that in place. Yes, we have Fresca. It's Florida, the land of plenty. Ah, this has a little lip there where it's supposed to fit on there. Gotcha. Yeah, it's gotta be there. And let's not use our fat finger. Let's use this right here. And the 2 little holes go towards the top, right? Yep. And that should fit right there. And hopefully it does. It does. Okay, it lines up. Perfect. Let's just go ahead and put some more of this for good measure. And we'll do the one on the bottom as well. Okay. Almost like a little happy face. Hi. Okay, this piece attaches to this, apparently. This was a pain in the butt to put on my Panzer III H from UM. Because it wasn't one piece, it was all different things. Okay, I don't see a good way to put that on right now. Unless it's like that. It's probably exactly what it is. Let's do a test fit. Yep, that's what it is. All right, so this is going to sit like so inside of it. All right, so I'm going to put it here, all the way on the inside of this lip, and all the way here, and we will do likewise on this. And now, that should be able to fit down over. Aha. Aha. I do my own stunts. Like threw that like a snake. Get out of here. There's always someone who enters a model of naked ladies into our model competitions. It's a problem because we have to then create a separate room for its display. How's the build going? I kicked its ass. Separate link tracks, baby. Took 10 minutes to put it together. Each side. Naked ladies, huh? I remember back in the late 80s, early 90s, there was this company that made them out of white metal. I forget what the name of something Follies. Maybe it was Phoenix Follies or something like that. And they made these white metal things, and you know they couldn't show you what they looked like, but they were like, I guess they were bigger than 1/35th scale, but that's just poor taste. You know, if you're gonna bring that somewhere where there's gonna be like children and stuff, like, come on, dude. Put yourself in the shoes of somebody, of a father. Like, you need to explain that to your kids. Okay, this isn't fitting well. And it's flush there. And this needs to sit like this. So if I do that, there's not enough space for this to fit on there. Yeah, that's why it's coming off. All right, let's rethink this. Let's move it to the end, even though it doesn't look like where it goes. Rose Miniatures. Am I going to build more of that model? Hell no, we don't need any more of these. I've got 5 of them that are die cast, and then this one was gifted to me. And the die cast one has several problems, the biggest one being that the hatch on it is cast inside out. So you've got parts showing on the model that shouldn't be. You've got the pads that go on the inside of the hatch so that the guy doesn't bang his head. That's how I have to do it. I can't put it inside that lip. I got to put it there. All right, is there any reason I shouldn't glue this? I'm not going to glue it. I'm not going to glue it. I'll glue it last after it's painted. It's going to make painting it a lot easier. Not that it can't be done, it's just going to make it a lot easier. All right, so let's go back to this rear plate. And 84 is the piece with the double muffler. So we are going to make this open hatch. It comes with a hatch closed. We're going to open it up. We're going to split it in half, or close to being in half. It'll be open. So we can put a guy up there directing, because all the other ones have a sealed top hatch. Right, what am I looking for? The double muffler here, 84, 84. Okay, and we also need this square piece, or squarish piece, that's not labeled what it is. It's probably 88. It's got to be. It's the only thing that looks like that. This almost looks like where you pull that thing out for an oil change, the plug to the oil pan. All right, let's take this off. Whee! And this one here. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. It's got a little half moon thing. Who is it that's entering those models? Dirty old men or young punk kids that don't know any better, that want to be cute? There's just some things you just shouldn't be doing. Just like, you can watch pornography in your house, but don't have the pornography on a big screen TV when kids are coming to your house to trick or treat. Like, use some common sense, folks. We don't need more damaged youth. Did I ever see the German armored trains for Flames of War? I have not. Is it a kit for it? Don't get run over by the train. Look, the train can only go on the tracks. If you stay off the tracks, the train can't run over you. Phoenix Follies, still available too. Rose used to advertise in military modeling and early war games magazines like Up to the 1980s. Yeah, Phoenix Follies. How the hell do I remember that? Well, the Follies is kind of a name that doesn't really go with anything else. It's not something that is normal vocabulary. They make some company. I want to say it's a Russian company. Makes 1/72 scale figures in compromising precisions and compromising positions, and you can't find pictures of them or whatever. But it's naked people doing the horizontal lambada. Oh man. I guess if you're into that, doesn't really have a place on a war games table, but speaking of sexual acts and things where they don't belong, one of my favorite movies as a kid was Cross of Iron. And there's a scene with a BJ scene in there that I didn't know that was in there when I was a kid because it was always edited for TV. And it's just like not really necessary. I remember as a young adult, I'm pretty sure I was over 21 because there was alcohol at this party. Although, if I had been 20, I wouldn't care, or 19. It would have had to be at least 19 because I didn't live at home anymore. And they were playing, what's that horrible thing? Caligula. Man. That was messed up. I actually kind of half want to see it again just to see how bad it is, but because now I'm like well set in my ways and I'm not corruptible, but never seen old Malcolm McDowell in anything where he's just not a unsavory individual. Okay, and I'm looking at this upside down. Okay, I better be careful. Okay, and then we've got to put this little guy in his place. Okay, we need to rotate your happy ass. It's like a drain plug, although it may not be. It might be a tow hook that's not in use. Okay. I think it's a middle-aged older modelers who want to shock or be notorious among the modelers community. Wish you would do a Branded Brothers or a German version of it. Have you seen Generation War? I think it's on Amazon right now. And it is excellent. It is excellent. And it's done well. It's not done in a way that is overly apologetic. You know, I'm sure there's some people that were in the German armed forces that, you know, got swept up in the whole thing and really weren't bad people. They were just in a bad situation, you know. Were they most people that way? Probably not, you know, and certainly none of them were in the SS, you know, but I think it does a pretty good job of, just like there were bad folks in the U.S. Army, I'm sure, you know. Okay, it's turret time. It's turret time. Yeah, watch it. It's like 3 mini movies, if I remember correctly. It's like 3 parts. They're each like an hour and a half long, and it's basically these teenagers they're all Germans. They all get swept up in what happens, and they're friends. You know, one guy's a soldier. One guy's the soldier's younger brother who's like trying to get out from under the live up to the expectations, you know, and is kind of like an anti-war guy. But he's in the German armed forces. There's a girl that wants to be a nurse. There's a girl that wants to be an actress. And there's the boyfriend of the actress who's Jewish. And it's really, really well done. It's very, very, very good. Okay, let's that's that one. We got piece 53, which is the front of the turret. Okay, 53. Okay, and we have 54, which is this guy right here. And we have 54. 54 and then 54A. Okay, which is the front of the applique armor. I guess I could look at it as maybe make this a J by not adding this applique armor, but we're not going to go there. Okay. Yeah, let's just handle that stuff for the moment being. Where is the piece of this right here? But it is very good. It's very good, and it doesn't have music in it. It shouldn't have music in it. It's not Hollywoodized. It's all German actors. It's done very well. He's actually a good guy in the film Aces High, which is about World War I air combat. He is grumpy and tough, though. Who are we talking about? He's actually a good guy in the film Aces High. I haven't seen Aces High. Oh, Malcolm McDowell? Yeah, I tried watching that Clockwork Orange. It was just, that was a waste of my time. Got about halfway through with it. And I'm like, there's no redeeming value of this. This is not for me. It didn't bother me or anything. It was just kind of a, waste. Okay, fit on this is good. Okay. He was a professor on Community, and he was all right in that. That show that nobody watches. I liked it. Not every episode. I liked it. Whew. This is always challenging to do. There's lots of programming that is really popular, appeals to a lot of people, and then I go to watch and I'm like, I don't really like it. Oh, what's wrong with you? I don't like it. Something about it bothers me. I'm not just talking about Kelly's Heroes. Just doesn't captivate me. Okay. We're going to attach this first. This needs to be over here. Okay, man. Thanks for stopping by. Enjoy your Sunday. Go find some Fresca. Okay. That should fit on there nicely. Perfect. Okay. And what comes next? This part right here? Yep. All right. What a beautiful turret. Good. It doesn't obsess with like, make sure you leave this attached so it can go up and down. I don't want the turret to go up and down. You're asking for issues to arise. That, make sure you put the machine gun on the correct side. Dup, dup. Yeah, if I want J's, Italeri makes a 2-pack of. Oh, we're not doing that yet. Chill out, Tony. They make a set of Panzer III J's that are quick builds. Of course, none of them have the hatch open, but if I needed to get J's, I think I'm going to have enough German vehicles, other than like, you know, Panthers or something like that. And even so, I saw there's a company, because Justin, you're always telling me about the Brumbar I think the Brumbar is the one that you're always telling me about. There's a company, Chinese company, that makes these quick build kits or whatever, and they're almost like Legos or whatever. And they're like, you get 2 tanks for like $10 or something like that, and one of them is like a Brumbar. So I thought about doing that, but they don't come with any like open hatches or anything. I'm not sure what scale they're actually going to be. I think they'll probably end up being close enough. So I may at some point decide to get one of those just to see what the heck what you can make out of one of those. This is 55. Is that 55? It sure is. Okay, 55 is in this one. The cupola. I've always called it cupola. I don't know if that's right. Cupola, no. And here is this hatch that we were going to make. We're going to cut open. It even says to cut it open if you want to. I want to. What type of base am I going to put it on? Same ones I put on the other ones. The ones that are made I make out of shims. This material here. This is just shims from work. It's a shim that's made to shim up pieces of concrete. And these are the remainders. So when I cut it off and I use a remainder, these will be great for like the half tracks that I've got coming up. And if I need something that's bigger than that, I got this stuff from Hobby Lobby. It's from Evergreen, and just cut this to shape. So if I got something like the Panther, when I run out of that stuff, I'll go to this. So it works really well. I like that it doesn't. I can paint. I can put wet things on it, and it's not going to deform. It's not going to warp. So forth. Okay, this has one part that's angled. That one goes to the front. I should have put the part that is angled, not the part that has the attachment points. That way you could cut straight down on it without possibly damaging this. So we're just going to be really careful. Some of the vehicles have to be on bases. So at that point, do I want some of my vehicles on bases and some of them not? I just made the decision, let's just put them all on bases. And what the bases do allow you to do is, put magnets on the bottom of them so they're easier for transport. they technically are more durable, and it gives you an opportunity to showcase some of the terrain that they would be seen in. So it's not like I don't know. I'm okay with it. Some people are like super anti bases. I'm anti a game that doesn't allow you to roll dice. That's my that's my crusade. Kobe is a competitor to Lego, and they make adult Lego sets. Lots of German tanks. Check out. This one is called, like, if you look on eBay, it's called like KVII or something like that. It's a Ching Chang Chung type of thing. That's, probably garbage, but I'm like, okay, well, I can throw $10 at the problem. And I do like the idea of building something that is basically a POS and making it look good. I do like that, and that's a carryover from my 15 millimeter stuff. I like building old kits that nobody gives a shit about. Like, it's just a piece of crap. All right, well, let's see what I can do with it. It's empowering to make it look something good. Make it look good. Look at this. I think this fits perfectly in here. I think it does. Maybe I'm wrong. I know when I was a kid, there was a Lego competitor called Tente, and it was made in Spain. And look at that. Look at that. It's like freaking precision in. All right, well, I'm going to leave it in there, and we're just going to put this stuff around it. Wow. That was called Tente, and they had like warships and stuff that they made. I never had any. And it's not Lego compatible. This is like when I'm like 11 years old, 10 years old, something like that. Okay. Cupula time. I think I need to look at that while I'm here at home. And they give you the measurements of what things are. I think the Stug is a little oversized, but wouldn't mind having like a Sturmhorser Tiger and a Sturmhorser Tiger in this game. You fire once in the game, but it's like an objective. Like you got to take it out or something like that. Or the Brumbar. Brumbar's great for Italy. Okay, does this have a locking mechanism to the front? I think so. Well, I see it here, but it doesn't really matter because the hatch is open to the side, and you want one vision slot that goes to the front. So it's going to sit like this. It's going to be like this. It can be either like that or like this, and this one does not have a viewport to the front. So that one's going to sit like that. I'm going to go ahead and put that in place. Let's go ahead and do the bottom of it too. Okay, let's take this hatch, clean it up, and then split it in half, and then glue it open. Yeah, see, this is those die-cast ones have this hatch. This is the top of it. Well, I can't get it to focus on that right now. But it's got the two little pads so you don't bang your head. Now, unfortunately, one's bigger than the other. which is the larger one, go to. I think I should be able to do this with one clean cut. Let's take this. It's not clear. Let's go ahead and cut this. And hopefully I can dangle it over the side. Let's find out which one goes on which side first. Let's see if I can do that. I don't think I'm going to find it in this book. But one's bigger than the other one. No, we're already into the G's. That wasn't very helpful. Oh, look at this. This is this vehicle pictured right here. 32 is one of the decals it has. Here's another picture of it. German maintenance crews use a mobile crane to lift the turret off the Panzer III L. Forward depot in Russia. The turret basket was removed before the turret was taken off because bolted together sub-assemblies of Panzer III could be easily repaired in the field. Well, easily, German standards easily. Yeah, there it is right here. Okay. Well. Let's see if I could do a quick search here. I'd like to get this correct. Panzer III L open hatch. I don't want to watch a video. I don't have time for that. Okay, here's one. Now here's a model. Oh, good Lord. Looks like the bigger part's on the right-hand side. Okay. Okay. So let's grab some stickum stuff. Squeeze a little bit, raise the height a little bit. Perfect. Is this one staying where it needs to be? Kind of. Okay, so that can just weld itself all together. We'll just leave that little piece on there for the time being. On to the next thing, the barrel and the side ports. And the side ports are critical that you put the correct place, the correct one forward. And the periscope always goes to the front. There is a pistol port and a periscope, and the periscope always goes towards the front. And it is not. It has a slot in it, and the slot goes toward. It has a horizontal slot in it, and the horizontal slot goes towards the bottom. So let's see if they got the instructions correct. They did on this one. Okay. So it's a pistol port and this. So this one goes forward like that. Okay, so this one fits. What's the little sliding bump thing? Yeah, okay, so this one goes right here. Whee! And then likewise, this one goes on the other side. Piece of fluff that found its way there. Yeah, we'll take it off in a second. Something that I wouldn't even noticed had I not had my contacts out. Okay. And now the thing that goes on the turret basket that all German vehicles look weird as shit without one. Except maybe the Panzer II. vehicles that have one that don't have one on there look weird. Let's put it that way. And the gun barrel, let's cut it way the hell out there. And this thing was loose already. Came loose in the package. It had fallen out. And fallen off the sprue. Yeah, we're going to drill that thing out. See if we can get kind of close to this. Make sure I don't have. Okay. I'm glad I did this and didn't wait around to spray paint today. I can do that whenever. I can do that middle of the week. The important thing was to go ahead and do all the priming that I needed to do because that took a significant amount of time to do. And there's still some of the priming I'm probably going to have to touch up. Because you can only get into so many places with the airbrush. But it should be the exception, not the rule. Now this looks like the point where it was attached. And this had fallen off in transit. Okay, so there's a spot here, there's a spot there, and there's a spot there. And here, whee! See how this thing fits on here. Huh, beautifully. What a beautiful model this is. The people that put this thing together, well, I'm putting it together. The people that designed it, I'm putting it together. There's some little bit of fluff from dust. Now it's on there, you bastard. Still is. Just beautiful. Okay. The gun barrel. And we, of course, will drill this out because that little bit of detail goes a long way. So you got to find the center point. That way you can use a little drill and it gives it somewhere to get a purchase on. And don't have to go very deep. But it does make a difference. Right? And we will go put this somewhere where it's sitting more or less upright to lessen the damage the challenge that gravity gives it. Okay. Okay, so we've got some applique rudimentary armor in the form of separate tracks that go on the glacis plate. Aha. Close one. And 74 is... Oh, it's optional. Well, I'm going to put it on there because it adds interest to it. And I don't think any of them have the extra armor on the front of here. But yeah, surprised it hasn't asked me to do those whole pieces yet. You ever see a program called Hoarders Buried Alive? I have not. Do you think it's fake programming? I think... You ready to put your pants on? I think everything we're being fed is fake. I think it's been for fucking years, and I'm not a conspiracy guy, but I'm really not a conspiracy guy. I just think that I hate fake shit. You know, the reality show Survivor should have been hidden cameras, 30 people on an island, we're coming back in a month, we're only picking up one guy, okay? If there's two of you guys left, you're going to kill each other to the death. But that's, you know, and then it's a hidden camera, nothing's edited. You know, you start making it about all this hokey stuff and voting for this, and you know, you have these reality shows where people are being interviewed, like you know, they'll be the live thing, and then they'll stop and they'll have a little interview. It's just so freaking fake. It's all wrestling. And that's fine if that's what you're interested in, but I think everything we're being fed is fake. The news, everything. Just tell me the freaking news. Let me figure it out. I don't know. We're going to tell you what it means. No, you're not. You're dishonest. You know? So, yeah, it's probably fake. Everything's fake. A show that my brother loves to watch. And I probably would like it. There's certain aspects of it like it is the Grand Tour. Which is, you know, the three car guys from England, whatever the hell their old show used to be called. Okay, I actually like the old shows where there was parts of the cars and stuff like that. But all the reality show is all fake. Like, okay, we're going to go and we're going to do this thing on a farm and things are going to go wrong. And then maybe something does. Hold on, let's elaborate it a little bit. You're just being fed a bunch of crap, you know. And, yeah, I'm not falling for it. Unfortunately. And other people would say, "Oh, well, people know that." Most people don't know any better. Top Gear, that's right. Top Gear, I actually like the car stuff. I think it's fascinating, but so much of it is just like the fakes. It's just way over the top. You know, it's just way over the top. I don't know if those on Hoarder's show were actors or not, but I know hoarding is real. A dear family friend of mine is a hoarder worse than some of those on the show. Yeah, I believe that the hoarding is real, but I'm sure that everything is just done way over the top. You know. So you're getting this fake show that's all preset. Beavis and Butthead is more entertaining. I don't watch Beavis and Butthead because it has bad art, and I have this thing where if I can draw better than the cartoon, I don't want to watch it. Can't let go of a plastic grocery bag unless you put a hole through it first, and even then, still trying to justify to keep it. You know, more stuff isn't better. And well, that sounds like the most communist thing you'll ever hear me say, but. Oh, did we do shit out of order? We did. Because we hopped to this one and we skipped over this. Ha! Well, it's no problem because we're not covering anything over. Excellent. Oh, you guys wanted to see the turret first anyways. Yeah. I know somebody whose mother collected every single piece of Tupperware. So if you think of like, if you buy like a container that the cottage cheese comes in, you know, big, what is it, 2 cups, a pint, whatever. Every single one of those she'd collected and wouldn't get rid of any of them. That's a problem, man. Your stuff would just take over. You have no, you know. I think we all have too much stuff. And sometimes when you have too much stuff, like you're looking something in your house and if you have too much clutter, you can't find anything because everything's in your way. And I actually don't like going to places that are like that. I don't like going to places that it's just you walk in and it's just chaos. And it's not that, you know, I feel uneasy, but it wears you down. It's hard to believe people can hoard that much stuff. Everybody has something, you know? So, you know, Rick has a shitload of games. A shitload. Actually, I think, Rick, actually, you probably have a fuck ton, which is several shitloads. But I don't know what your house really looks like, but in your pictures, everything's really well organized. So that's liberating. You know, if it was just a pile of crap every which way and you got to move 12 things to get to one, it would drive me crazy. It'd probably drive you crazy too, which is why you have it organized. You know? So, you know, hoarders, I guarantee, I've never seen a hoarder show, but I will bet you money that a hoarder's house isn't really well, like, organized. I believe that goes in just like that. Yep. You're laughing. It's true. I'm always on to Mitch about organizing his place. He's got stuff everywhere. And like sometimes you'll bring things, and I'm not the most organized person in the world, but too much clutter just drives me crazy. You bring things and then you leave like, hey, you left this at my house. I know, because I have to look around the other 40 fucking things that shouldn't be where they are to find my own stuff I just brought. Okay, that fits. So yeah, so on Mondays I'm coming to your house to play, Rick. It's not disorganized. It might just take me a while to get there. You know, the sink. A sink is a perfect example. You got to put things into the dishwasher from the sink because as soon as something's not in the dishwasher, you're like subconsciously like you just end up putting things like instead of putting it where it goes, you just end up putting it there, and then you just drive yourself freaking crazy. I should see an episode of it. Yeah. Sometimes you gotta. Sometimes you need to see crazy stuff. Okay. You need to see crazy stuff so you realize I pretty much got it together. Like psychologist. Okay. I don't know anybody who's a psychologist, but I wouldn't be surprised if people that are psychologists are people that have really weird, really bad stuff has happened to them in real life. And subconsciously, they want to see people that are even more fucked up than them so that they could feel okay. Or maybe they can relate. I don't know. I'm just thinking. I don't need a psychologist. I got this hobby. I got you guys. That's therapy in action. 22 and 23 are the side plates. I should watch an episode of it. I just don't like watching that stuff because I know it's all fake. A reality type show that I used to like to watch when it came out was Mythbusters. Whenever it came out 20 years ago, whatever, I thought it was a cool show. But they changed the format of it. They changed, they would do like 3 experiments, and they used to start one. They would tell you, hey, we're going to do this, this, and this. And they would start one and finish it. Cool. And then they would do the middle one and they would finish it. And then the third one would finish it. Then all of a sudden they realized, you know what? Everybody in the United States has this thing called ADD. And we need to make sure that people don't get bored. So let's start all 3 of them. Let's do like 15 minutes of each one. And it drove me crazy because you basically didn't have anything to show for it. You'd be like halfway through the show and you wouldn't see anything completed. So you're a clean freak, but I do collect stuff too, but it's organized. Yeah, I wish I was more of a clean freak. I'm not bad. I'm certainly an extreme clean freak for gamers, okay? Which is not saying anything, but I don't like clutter. And I wish that the worst thing you can do is 2 people that are not clean freaks living together, because it is just going to be, you're going to need to, you go to somebody's house, you're going to need to show up with a machete to cut your way in, So like my painting area is cleaner than just about anybody's because I can't stand having these freaking stains of paint and shit. And you're like, where's that piece that's behind the stains of some spill that you have? I can't handle that. If I had that on here, I'd throw this bitch out and get another one. As much as I don't like to, I'm really careful of this thing. I can't have that kind of chaos. It's bad enough. I'm pretty organized. I'm like, where the hell did I put that thing? Well, some of it is, I go in a mole man concept. I don't have my contacts in, so if something's a foot away, it's blurry as shit for me, you know? I wish I was more of a clean freak. And I don't mean a clean freak like, you know, organized and stuff. If it was up to me, we wouldn't have a junk drawer or multiple junk drawers. Just freaking throw this shit away. Just move on. You're basically creating a drawer where you're not going to go in there because it's unpleasant to go in there and fight everything. You know, I don't like to move one thing out of the way. I don't like to move 4 things out of the way to get to one. Be interesting to see how more organized our house is when the daughter doesn't live here. And I'm not saying she's a mess, but you know, you add another person, that's more shoes that are every which way. And I'm actually really good about shoes because I leave them in the garage. They don't come in the house. I live in too dusty a place of, I work in too dusty a place to bring them in. Hoarders. What's that on? Is that on? Do you have it on Netflix? Okay. The front plate is 26. How are we doing on time? I probably need to stop in a half hour. Get ready to go pick up the girls. TLC. Okay, I don't have cable, so I'm sure they have it replaying on something else, Amazon or what have you. The Learning Channel. The learn how not to live. Yeah, stuff can take over your life. I mean, you know, you can also live in an environment where it's so capitalistic that you're never happy with the stuff that you buy, and at that point, it's bad. And there's certain places, I think Miami is a terrible place for that. Everybody's running around like a maniac, trying to outdo the other person. It's just a miserable existence. I'm not saying, to be a communist or even a socialist. I'm just saying, more isn't better. None of us have everything, nor do we have time to use everything, even if we had it. So, do the best you can with what you have, and, the rest will just fall into place. But isn't that the channel that has my 600-pound life show? I don't know. I mean, once you have trouble walking, you need to do something about your weight. I mean, we're all fat, or we're all fatter than we should be. Of course, if you look at that chart and you see how much I'm supposed to weigh, yeah, I would have to have AIDS. I would have to have AIDS to weigh that amount. But we could all stand to lose some weight. We could all stand to move a little bit more than we do. But I remember before I ever went to Historicon, it's impossible to get across Highway 30. Highway 30 is terrible to get across. It's terrible to get across that Highway 30. It's just crazy. It's like, I looked at it, I was expecting some kind of death trap. And I'm like, what's the big deal, man? There's like a turn lane. So you don't have to go all the way across. Just mosey yourself over there. And I don't understand walking because, my upper body, I'm not the strongest on my upper body. I don't use it all the time. But I walk on my feet, so it's used to carrying the carcass that's above it all the time, right? Jabba the Hutt woman. Yeah, I mean, and then you hear about those people and it just can't be, I can't believe that there's somebody that's like, I'm huge and I want to be even huger. And I'm sorry, huger isn't a word, but that's the name for that. It's like to realize that you have a problem and you want to be even. I mean, it's a mental problem. Never know what the hell we're going to talk about here, do we? Maybe that's the appeal for some people. Bigger. I have a lot of muscle. I have big muscles. Really? You do? Yeah, it's called stomach. Stomach. Okay, we need the reinforcing armor plate on the front of this. Now, does that have a little thing that fits as a, it sure as hell does. Okay, perfect. Now we'll get that little piece here. Actually, what would be entertaining is if Rick and I did a cooking show. That would be funny. And I hate to say it, but I may actually be the better cook, and that's really sad. I honestly think I would enjoy cooking. I just don't think it's worth the trouble. I don't think it's worth the trouble. I wouldn't have time to do this. You know, I already have one hobby that takes for frickin' ever in a day to do. I don't need another one. When I'm done with this hobby, I don't have to do dishes. And you know, the cooking dishes, because you know, the plates and stuff aren't a big deal. But cooking dishes, they're a pain in the ass. Got stuff stuck to them. They could. Ooh, this thing does not fit where it's supposed to. Rick hasn't responded. He's probably still laughing about the idea. I don't cook, but I assemble things, so. Disassemble. This gap one goes over which side? The side that has the machine gun. Okay, so it fits like this. Okay. Hatches 82 and 83. I always thought these were hatches for the crew to get in and out of, but they would have to be extremely anorexic for that to happen. It's actually access points for the, I believe it's a transmission. So you could make them open, but then you would have to detail stuff there that doesn't exist. And the hatches are to the front. I mean, the hinges are to the front. Okay. So these actually give you a little lip there. Nice of them to do that. Hinges to the front. Everybody see the new Mandalorian this last week? I haven't. The last one I saw was the one that had the fish and the love story between the squid and the fish. What an abortion. Okay, let's go over to there's like an asterisk here. What the hell does the asterisk mean? Illustration of assembled parts. Okay, so you're showing me how it looks built. Okay, fair enough. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of the 30 piece. Should be these right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, they're all the same. Gonna have trouble cutting that out with a pen vise. I think I still made the right decision to do this and not paint. I gotta do this anyways. I think this is the last model of any of them to do. I got like a US 3/4 ton car that I gave up building it because it had a lot of things that didn't fit. And after my experience with the RSO, I will go back to that at some point and fix it. And I will manhandle it together. But it is an Eschi kit, and it is a piece of crap. It has pieces that just won't fit. They're like the wrong ones, and okay. We got 5 of these things. Mm-hmm. Well, that's not a good sign. Okay. Screw you guys then. Let's try this again. I will do both sides then. I didn't think I needed to, but I guess I do. What I want to know is the one of these that I have that's made in California, the glues, that smells like oranges. It actually smells very nice. How can it be non-toxic if it's able to melt plastic? Those two things just seem really incompatible. Okay. Getting really close to having to stop, unfortunately. Not so sure about the fire extinguisher location just yet. I feel like we need to put those air filters in first. Because they're going to be difficult to get into place if we got stuff that's in the way. Well, this is about as far as I'm going to be able to make it. So I'm just going to go ahead and call it. Show you what we got so far. Now, I should be able to remove this now. And honestly, it looks very good. It looks very good. Now, I've got several of these complete. I'll just pull one of them out. The latest one I did, old 724. And it's going to be sitting a little higher because it is on the stand, but they're pretty close size-wise. They really are. So, yeah. This one's going to have a piece of armor that sits here and one down here on the plate. Does this one have either one? Has neither one. So, you know, that's going to make it look a little bit different. So we're definitely going to make this one the command one. I don't know whether I'm going to make it in yellow or I'm going to make it in gray. I'm probably going to decide whether or not the shirtsen actually fit on here. If they do, I'm probably going to make it with the shirtsen on there. And do I have them handy-ish? I kind of do. I kind of pre-assembled them a little bit. I'm actually missing a piece, which is one of the side pieces, but I saw a picture of a vehicle that did not have them. So that gave me some hope. Now we don't have the brackets that go on them right now. They're not assembled. I was just kind of trying to fit this together and see if it works. So if you put this piece around the back and you put this piece on the front here, it might actually work. So we'll have to probably assemble the whole thing and then see if it sits in place. And if so, we'll put that on there and we'll make it a yellow one for sure. Okay, well, until next time, thanks for stopping by.